We are now live.
Good afternoon. I'm called to order this meeting of the Moore County Board of Education. It's Monday, June 8th, 2020 at 1 p.m. I will entertain a motion to go into closed session.
Madam Chair, I make a motion the board will enter into closed session to prevent the disclosure of confidential personnel and student information pursuant to General Statute 143-318.11A, 1, A5, and A6, General Statute 115C-319, General Statute 115C-402, and 20 USC 1232 General Statute to consult with the board attorney and preserve the attorney-client privilege pursuant to General Statute 143-318.11A.
Is there a second?
This is Ed. I second.
A motion by Ms. Thompson, second by Mr. Dennison. Dr. Brown, how do you vote?
Aye.
Ms. Caldwell?
Aye.
Mr. Dennison?
Aye.
Ms. Thompson?
Aye.
Ms. Wallen Miller?
Aye.
And Mr. Weaver?
Aye.
And I will also vote aye. The motion carries 7-0. We will now go into closed session, planning to return in 30 minutes.
We are now live again.
Thank you. I'd like to call back to order this meeting of the Moore County Board of Education. Is there a motion to approve the agenda?
This is Ed, so move.
Betty, second.
Motion by Mr. Dennison, second by Dr. Brown. All those in favor, Mr. Weaver,
Aye.
Ms. Wallen Miller,
Aye.
Mrs. Thompson,
Aye.
Mr. Dennison,
Aye.
Ms. Caldwell,
Aye.
Dr. Brown.
Aye.
And I will also vote aye. The motion carries 7-0 for approval of the agenda as presented. I'll note that all board members are in attendance along with our attorney Neil Ramey and Dr. Grimacy, as well as Board Secretary Sonia Potter. If you'll now join me, I will say the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Ms. Thompson, would you lead us in a moment of silence?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I would like to take this moment and opportunity to recognize the death of George Floyd and ask that we just keep his family in our thoughts. May we have a moment of silence, please? Thank you.
All right, we are now going to one recognition for the month of June. Lots of folks who normally would be recognized between our retirees and our graduates and potential state champions and national champions. But today we're going to recognize one special principal. So I'm going to turn that over to Laura May, I believe.
No, you're going to turn it over to Dr. Grimacy, I hope.
Excuse me, Dr. Grimacy, you may take over.
Well, Laura May had it for a brief period of time, and she gave it to, she directed me to do this. So it is my pleasure, Madam Chair, to do so. I'm just speaking in jest, of course, because when given the opportunity to recognize Nora McNeil, I think nobody would pass up the opportunity. So it's indeed my honor to officiate this formal recognition of Ms. Nora McNeil upon her retirement after 38 years of service with Moore County Schools. Ms. McNeil started at Sandhills Farm Life Elementary School in 1983 as a second grade teacher. I often like to point out to her that that was 1 year after I started out as a 12th grade government teacher, the year before that as a teacher. After 6.5 years at Sandhills Farm Life, Ms. McNeil went on to serve 4 years as assistant principal at what was then Aberdeen Middle School. In 1995, she was appointed principal of Sandhills Farm Life Elementary School, and it is from there that she retires after a remarkable 25 years in that role. And I will add that we have other employees who serve for 38 years, but very few serve in leadership roles for 29 years, and hardly no one, at least not anymore, serves as principal of a single school for a quarter of a century. When I became a principal for the first time in 1991, there were multiple people in the county where I was that did that, but it's been a long time since we've seen an individual be at one school for that long. During Ms. McNeil's tenure at Sandhills Farm Life as principal this time, the school transitioned from being a somewhat quiet country school to being a vibrant and in time very crowded suburban school with the largest per capita military-connected student population in Moore County Schools District, with close to 50% of her students, 50% of her students coming from active duty families. Hers was one of the first schools to be staffed with federally funded military life counselors who offered deployment and transition support for military-connected children. Her staff members and military parents have been active participants in the Moore County Schools Military Family Council and in the planning and management of the annual Moore County Schools Military Family Forum. Sandhills Farm Life was recently recognized by the North Carolina Department of Public Instruction as a Purple Star School which denotes schools that demonstrate military-friendly practices and a commitment to military students and families. During the 2016 and 2018 teacher working conditions surveys, over 90% of Sandhills Farm Life teachers agreed that their school was a good place to work and learn. That level of confidence speaks volumes about the love and respect that Nora McNeil and her teachers have for each other, and that together they have for their students and families. At this time, Madam Chair, we're going to present a short video of images of Ms. McNeil over the years. And with that, we will express our appreciation for Nora, probably in our hearts. I'm not sure how we do that. We need a room full of people standing and cheering for her, but we'll do our best today. And then with that, we will conclude my remarks. So at this time, we will conclude with this slide tribute to the career of Nora McNeil.
Okay, I'm going to start it shortly. Hold on. Okay, we are back live again.
Madam Chairman, I'm trying to see if Laura is connected with, if Nora is connected with us. So I'm hoping that she is watching on YouTube. Kent, do we have any indication that Ms. McNeil is on with us at this time?
I can look at the participant list. I'm not sure.
I've already done that. She is not connected. So, Madam Chairman, that completes my presentation. I'll defer to you and board members if anybody wants to add anything.
Well, I think we can add many, many, many things for all her service. If anyone would like to speak about Ms. McNeil now, or you might want to save it for board comments later, obviously.
If I can, this is Stacy, if I can speak just real quick now. Nora actually gave me my first job here in Moore County Schools in 2001. She hired me as a sub for someone that was on maternity leave. And when I went in there, I was so excited. I was going to set up the room, and she pulled me into her office and she said, "Look, I would love for you to teach here, but this is only till January. I want you to have a full-time position because I know and I see the potential in you. So please go to Pinehurst Elementary, interview with Herb Cameron, and see where that goes. So she was so selfless to make herself stuck in a, now she doesn't have a position for I think it was third grade, I can't remember, third grade position for half of the year. She was thinking of me and not her school. And I will never forget that. I owe her pretty much my career for Moore County Schools, because from there it was just, I had a wonderful experience with Pinehurst Elementary. So Nora, if you're listening, you know this, but I thank you and I love you, and you are just a wonderful, wonderful person.
All right, well, we will move on at this point, knowing that it was we got to see Miss McNeil last week when she did the retirement drive-through, and she looks like she's already enjoying life. So we'll now move on to our consent agenda. Is there a motion to approve the consent agenda?
Madam Chair, this is Pam. I make a motion to approve.
Ed, second.
A motion to approve by Ms. Thompson, second by Mr. Dennison. We'll now vote in alphabetical order this time. Dr. Brown,
Aye.
Mrs. Caldwell,
Aye.
Mr. Dennison,
Aye.
Ms. Thompson,
Aye.
Mrs. Wallen Miller,
Aye.
Mr. Weaver,
Aye.
and I will also vote aye. The motion carries 7-0 to approve the consent agenda as presented. Next on our list is public address to the board. I'm guessing I will defer to Catherine Murphy at this point if we have speakers or emails that have come in.
That's appropriate, Madam Chair. Ms. Murphy?
Yes, can you all hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, great. We have 2 submissions for public comment. The first one comes from Felicia Winfield. In regards to the pending purchase of the Big Ideas math program, my questions would be, first, what was wrong with the previous math program? Second, is it customary to change on a yearly basis if the program has not come up to the teacher's expectations? Or is there some sort of communication with the parents regarding the program to solicit a change? And 3, when the pilot program was done, what is the criteria for that pilot program? Why were those particular schools chosen to conduct the pilot program? The second comment also comes from Felicia Winfield, and she states, in regards to the work being done by the Southern Pines Land and Housing Trust, I support the extension of the August 1st, 2020 recommendation by Dr. Grimacy. That's all I have for public comment today.
Thank you, Ms. Murphy.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
All right, we'll now move on to board action. Dr. Grimacy, would you like to take over?
Yes, ma'am. With regard to board action, section 5, item A, clarification of the Montessori Community Schools intentions regarding the proposed purchase of Southern Pines Elementary School site. Madam Chair, and board members, you'll recall that on December 9th, 2019, the school board adopted a resolution declaring that the Southern Pines Elementary School site would be declared surplus and disposed of by competitive upset bid process when the property is vacated on or after January 1, 2021. The board reconfirmed this decision by revised resolution dated February 10th, 2020. On February 25th, 2020, Moore Montessori Community Schools Board Chair Dr. Benjamin Green and Head of School Catherine Rucker sent a letter to Chair Carter asking the school board to engage in private negotiations for purchase of Southern Pines Elementary, or in the alternative, to enter a long-term lease with no lease payments, under which MMCS, Moore Montessori Community School, would be responsible only for its own renovation, insurance, and maintenance costs. For the reasons set out in the attached executive summary, the board voted unanimously at its April 16th meeting to respectfully decline that request. Subsequently, a May 30th, 2020 editorial in the pilot quoted MMCS board member Taylor Clement as stating that MMCS, quote, only wants the option to purchase the site at appraised value, unquote. In a letter to the editor published in the Pilot on June 7th, 2020, Chair Carter replied that if MMCS is willing to pay the $1,080,000 in appraised value for the site, that fact was never communicated to the school board. Chair Carter pledged that should MMCS wish to submit a formal proposal to purchase the site for its previously appraised value, she would see that the request would be promptly and fairly considered by the board. To provide MMCS an opportunity to clarify its original proposal without creating undue uncertainty or delaying work and planning related to the disposal of Southern Pines Elementary, the chair and superintendent recommend that the board authorize transmission of a letter that's attached to the executive summary to Dr. Green and Ms. Rucker, asking them to confirm in writing by Monday, June 22nd, that MMCS is requesting the opportunity to purchase the Southern Pines Elementary site by private sale for its appraised value of $1,080,000. In the event that Dr. Green and Ms. Rucker confirm that this is Montessori Community Schools' intention, the chair and superintendent will bring this matter back for further discussion and potential board action to determine if the board is willing to amend its prior resolution and grant this request, with or without further stipulations, and to determine a timeline for any such sale. Questions on this matter can be directed to the chair and the superintendent, but also to our legal counsel. We look forward to the board's thoughts about this potential action. Madam Chair.
Thank you, Dr. Grimsey. And if you haven't had an opportunity to look at the proposed letter that's at the very bottom of the executive summary, I would hope you might take a moment and do so. Again, it simply asks for clarification of the community school's intention. It is not an acceptance of any price. It is not an agreement to accept a price. It is simply asking for clarification. As Dr. Grimsey read, it simply means that he and I will bring this matter back if that is Moore Montessori's intention, and allow the board to determine whether to proceed to amend its prior resolution. So are there questions about this at this time?
I have a question. It might be for Neil. Under what legal authority is the private negotiation even a possibility with a charter school?
This is a great question, Ms. Wall-Miller. This is not the same statute that the land trust operated under. There is a separate statute, though, under North Carolina law that allows for sales of property between government units. So the charter school, being a public school, I believe would be eligible under that criteria, and it would potentially be legally available as an option without competitive bidding if the board so chooses down the road. And the board's not being asked to make that decision at this time.
Note that this does not authorize private negotiations for it, because the point in this is the transparency that we have offered to the public in all of our dealings along these ways. If we receive an offer, which we have not at this point, then we would be able to discuss it openly and proceed with it at that point. But in their letter in which they asked for closed or private negotiations, they did not make an offer for an actual offer for the school. They simply asked to do it in private. And so we're asking them to further clarify what their offer might be. Other questions for Mr. Ramey or Dr. Grimsey?
Ms. Carter, this is Dr. Brown. This letter will be sent out tomorrow then?
Yes.
If it's approved?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
And we've allowed, I believe this is 10 working days for a response.
And does this letter bind us in any way to entering into any kinds of conversations with the school?
As well, Miller, I can answer that. Definitely not. Absolutely not. We try to be as clear as possible in the executive summary and the letter that all that's being asked is clarification, because that the school system was aware that the Montessori school may be willing to pay appraised value was in an article in the Pilot, a letter to the editor of the Pilot. So it's simply requesting confirmation of that fact, and then the board can, the status quo is the board's already adopted a resolution on disposal of the site. If the board wants to revisit that question, that would have to come at a future meeting.
Other questions or comments? And obviously, from the very beginning, assuming that we proceed with the resolution as we have previously approved it, which would be to go with the upset bid route, the Montessori school would be more than, it is more than permissible for the Montessori school to put in an open bid at that point as well, just as it would be for any other entity who wanted to purchase the property. So we're not ruling out the possibility that they can purchase in that method either. Other questions or comments, please? All right, seeing none. Is there a motion to approve the action as presented that the board will authorize the board chair to send the attached letter to Moore Montessori Community School Chair, Dr. Benjamin Green, and the head of school, Catherine Rucker, requesting clarification of MMCS's intentions regarding the potential purchase of the Southern Pines Elementary School site.
This is Ed, so move.
Second, Betty.
All right, motion by Mr. Dennison, second by Dr. Brown. We'll now vote in order. Dr. Brown,
Aye.
Mrs. Caldwell,
Stacy, I mean, I.
okay, Mr. Dennison,
Aye.
Ms. Thompson,
Aye.
Ms. Wallen Miller,
Nay.
Mr. Weaver.
Aye.
I will also vote aye. The motion carries 6-1. So we will proceed with the letter. Mr. Ramey will assist us further with that, and we will notify the Moore Montessori Charter School to clarify their interest in the school. All right, let us move on, Dr. Grimacy.
Oh, thank you. Had to unmute myself there. Madam Chairman, last week there was one item that board members from your work session assigned to board action because we still had a few details that needed to be resolved on the proposed donation of a video display unit for the John Williams Athletic Complex at Pinecrest High School. At this time, I'd like Mr. Barath to update us on some of that information that was still hanging and to make himself available to answer any questions before you consider final action on this proposal. Mr. Barath.
Thank you, Dr. Grimacy. Good afternoon, Madam Chair and board members. Also with me, I do have Jeff Hewitt here on the call. So any specific details or anything that I cannot respond to, I know that he will be able to. Some of the clarifications for this really contained in the last paragraph of the executive summary regarding the donation of the Jumbotron and speaker system at the school. Questions were about operating responsibility costs, also ongoing maintenance, and anything required for review and installation. All costs associated with the Jumbotron provision, installation, operation are borne by the donation through the FBC, the Friends of the Football Club. I'm gonna get those two mixed up, I was worried. So they will be responsible not only just for the materials required, but any labor costs associated with the installation. They are also responsible for a complete set of compliance documents to be submitted for review. That's what the operations department do. We will review them for compliance and conformity. And also they're responsible to obtain all permits required for the installations. The operating of the board, as we explained previously, they're going to generate increased annual revenue to the program to help support the students. And through those increases in revenue, they'll be setting aside funding for ongoing any maintenance needs of that Jumbotron and speakers. Mr. Hewitt, is there anything else that we would like to add?
At this time, no. I think Mr. Barath, you did a great job, and I just wanted to make sure that we were clear that, as I said in the last meeting, there will be a contingency fund set aside to keep the update and for any, again, any updates that would be needed.
Madam Chair, that we're here to respond to any questions you or the members have at this time.
All right, are there questions from members or comments?
This is John Weaver. I have a question. Relative to insurance, is that going to be covered by private groups? Or if the Jumbotron were to be destroyed in a windstorm or something like that, I'm sure that would need to be insured. I just want to be sure that the school's not responsible for insurance of that equipment.
Any donated items become the property technically of the Board of Education. Through our insurance provider at the state, all elements within the site are insured. Whether this will have any impact to that rate would have yet to be determined with the next round of inspections by the carrier. I believe when Union Pines had theirs installed, there was not an increase to insurance when that unit was put in, when they performed their survey of that campus.
Yeah, I think it's fair to say that this would add no more burden than any other improvement that we would make on any of our campuses, Mr. Weaver. And our experience has been that the addition of one improvement is very, very nominal compared to the benefit that's derived from the improvement.
Okay, thank you.
And I believe, Mr. Hewitt, we determined last week that we hope to have this up and running prior to any fall sports season. And
Yes, ma'am.
very optimistically.
Yes, ma'am. The deadline was August.
Are there other questions?
Dr. Brown, do you have a question? You're unmuted there. Okay, all right, just check.
Other questions? Obviously, this will be a most impressive addition to the end of a football field, a soccer field, cross field, as it is so used in so many ways, or the marching band field, if you'd like to term that, but to John Williams Stadium.
And not only is it no cost to the taxpayers, it actually provides the school with an opportunity to raise some of its own revenue.
Which is always good.
So it actually goes beyond not adding cost, but it actually helps us to make up for so much of what we're losing on the government side in terms of support for anything that we do, athletics or otherwise.
All right, is there a motion to approve this donation?
So moved.
Second from Betty.
Sorry,
Motion
Betty.
by Ms. Miller, second by Dr. Brown. All those in favor, please vote. Dr. Brown,
Aye.
Ms. Caldwell,
Aye.
Mr. Dennison,
Aye.
Mrs. Thompson,
Aye.
Ms. Wallen Miller,
Aye.
Mr. Weaver,
Aye.
and I will also vote aye. Motion carries 7-0. We look forward to seeing some victories on that field as they're displayed on the Jumbotron. Dr. Grimsey, let us now move on.
Yes, ma'am. We now move on to reports, information, and discussion. Item 6A, I will be turning it over to Dr. Locklear. I would like to say in advance that we mentioned last week at the work session. At that time, there was a scheduled briefing on Wednesday by the Department of Health and Human Services to provide us with the long-awaited guidelines for the reopening of schools from the Department of Health and Human Services. That briefing was postponed pretty much at the last minute. It was either Tuesday night or into Wednesday morning and rescheduled for this week. What we now know is that any time now, we'll be getting that guidance. It could be as early as late this afternoon. It could be as late as Wednesday. Somewhere here in the next 48 hours, we're supposed to get that guidance. We've tried to emphasize all along that we are not allowed as a county to just simply decide what we're going to do and do it. We have to work within the parameters that are established by the state, identifying those that are requirements, identifying those that are guidelines or suggestions, and then determining what latitude we have and what we think is in the best interest of our children. By putting this off another week, we leave the staff with even less time to plan out what we're going to do than we had a week ago. And so as much as we value transparency and collecting input, the amount of time that we have left to prepare between now and our summer programs in July and our reopening of school in August, we're going to have to be, as you'll see from this presentation, heavily reliant on surveys and moving as quickly as we can. It's our hope that by July 13th, when you reconvene as a board, that we'll be able to lay out most, if not all, of what the plan will be for the opening of schools. But we do appreciate the community's patience. And I think that as our staff goes through this coming presentation, I would hope that everyone will appreciate the enormity of the task at hand and just how much work has been done to date to prepare us. With that, I'll turn it over to Dr. Locklear, and if I have any other further thoughts, I'll chip those in at the end. Dr. Locklear?
Thank you, Dr. Grimsey. Chair Carter, board members, thank you again for this opportunity for the senior staff to continue to update you on our management of the coronavirus pandemic and crisis since February. We've been working through this and collaborating together. Myself and Dr. Mike Metcalf are going to share some updates around academics and student support services. Mr. Andrew Cox is going to continue to share updates in budget and finance, has a little more information today to share with you as he did last week with some of the allotments that we are seeing from the federal funding that has dropped down for us to utilize. Dr. Affenfels is going to continue to share some updates around human resources. Mr. Baraff in operations, around facility reentry, around child nutrition services, operations, and transportation. And Ms. Murphy, our Director of Communications, will continue to share information around how we continue to do our best to proactively communicate with the community and some of the work that's happened in the last month. As you can see from the slide in front of you, Dr. Metcalf and I have begun to update you and the public around our work with managing this crisis through the lens of our reentry team work. Really in early May, we as a district formed a district reentry team to be looking at the work that we needed to do really in 3 stages. The first stage was about closing down the school year and looking at systems and processes we needed to put in place to do that without students in the building, without staff in the building, but also look at ways to celebrate our students and celebrate our staff in that closing month and a half. And we're all coming off the high of graduation this past weekend and on Friday and Saturday celebrating the class of 2020. And that exemplifies the work that was done by those principals and by those reentry team members. And I know all of us were fired up from that experience this weekend. Such a wonderful job that was done. But then we quickly transitioned into stage 2 and stage 3. Stage 2 being, what is the work that we need to do as a district to re-enter school through the summer? The work that we know that's going on in the summer, the things that take place in the summer, what legislation has directed us to do and plan for. And we're going to talk about some of those things. And then Dr. Metcalf is going to talk about stage 3. What's the work that we need to be looking at and doing as we come back into the schoolhouse beginning in August? The first area I want to bring to your attention is summer academic programs. The first area here is our summer school programs. You know, traditionally we offer summer school in elementary, middle, and high. This summer, as a result of this crisis, we are only operating summer school for our high schools, and that's being done virtual. And there's a focus on course or credit recovery in those virtual programs with our high schools. That traditionally has been what they have focused on through the years, but they certainly have continued to focus on that virtually this year. First priority is always seniors who need to graduate over the summer, and then working their way down to juniors, sophomores, and freshmen. Our elementary and middle schools will not be offering summer school this summer. The next area that our reentry team has really been focused on has been a requirement from Senate Bill 704 and House Bill 1043, which is this K-5 Summer Jumpstart Program, or CAMP, that they have required all districts to look at. How do you plan for a jumpstart program for your kids as you re-enter school in the fall? We've tentatively scheduled, that reentry team have tentatively scheduled that camp to take place from July 13th to August 6th. Really looking at bridging those students from the summer right into the school year that begins that following about a week after that. We may include both face-to-face and remote learning components in this summer Jumpstart camp. And we're still, as Dr. Grimsey said, we still are waiting for that guidance from the Department of Health and Human Services that really will give us some concrete information that will help us make our decisions on will we do any of this camp face-to-face, or will we be looking at how do we support those kids through remote learning components, through packet components, through online resources. So that is the work that team's doing, it led by Heather Stewart. And again, just an incredible amount of work and scenarios that they continue to look at and can't toot their horn too loudly. They've really done a lot of great work. The next area I want to bring to your attention, which is required by Senate Bill 704 and the State Board of Education, is that every district submits a remote learning plan for the next school year by July 20th to the State Board of Education. This remote learning plan contains 15 components, 13 of which are required by the legislation, 2 by the State Board of Education. These components include what kind of professional development are you going to be providing for your staff to promote the effective implementation of remote learning, what kind of resources, curriculum are you using for that, how are you accommodating for students with special needs. And then also one of the components that the State Board added to the 13 was, what are the limitations that you're faced with when you're putting together a remote learning plan for your district? And so these are all part of those 15 components that we were required to submit by July 20th. Again, this team's led by Heather Stewart, have many people across our district that are involved with this. The planning team continues to incorporate a layered approach on the potential of several different scenarios. From the scenario of the only remote learning days we're going to be utilizing are the 5 that are currently scheduled in our calendar, to looking at a blended approach that Mike will talk a little bit more about later. So they're really looking at several layers of different scenarios of what we need to prepare for and the potential with our remote learning plan. So again, a tremendous amount of work that we continue to plan for, and we're waiting that additional guidance from the Department of Health and Human Services. Our team has worked, that remote learning team has worked across all of our teams to gather feedback from our teachers, from our principals, from our parents, and we'll continue to do that. We've now sent two brief remote learning surveys to our teachers, one in April, one just this last week. Sent a similar survey to our principals to gather feedback on their perceptions on how that has went. We have surveyed our parents around their access to effective and efficient internet. And we've also asked for feedback just this last week from our parents around what are their feelings about reentry in the fall. We know there were some technical glitches with that survey. We had about 33% of our parents who responded to that phone survey, and we're going to continue to work to do that more effectively because we plan to survey again in July and again in August to gather feedback from our parents. The next component I wanted to hit on quickly, as you're aware of from our messaging that went out to parents on May 29th, there's no in-person on-site camps during the month of June. And we'll make a decision about any July camps, and that'll be made in late June. So a camp like STEM camp that was planned to be implemented in June, we had to cancel that, unfortunately. And certainly any camp fees that were paid would be reimbursed or potentially be carried forward into the next year. So I'm going to pause there. I've shared a lot. See if there's any questions on that slide before we transition to the next.
Dr. Locklear, a quick question on the summer Jumpstart program. I know that's multiple weeks, July 13th to August 6th. Does a student attend that entire time, or is this something that they're assigned to a particular week?
We would, at this point, they would be attending the entire time. And like that could be, as I know, it could be a combination of face-to-face and some days you're remote learning. But yes, ma'am, it would be attending the entire time.
Okay.
Dr. Locklear.
Oh, go ahead.
This is Betty Brown.
Yes, ma'am.
the STEM camps that we had planned for the summer, what is happening to those?
Those have been canceled. They were planned in June. And, you know, that's heartbreaking because those are incredibly positive camps and we have waiting lists, have to do a lottery for those camps, and it's heartbreaking. But we have canceled those, those fees will be reimbursed or carried forward into the next year.
Okay, so the money can be carried forward with the federal government money, state money.
Well, actually, I mean, the fees that have came in from parents, we are reimbursing those fees, or there's the potential to carry them forward for STEM camp next year.
Okay, that's what I wanted to know. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Dr. Locklear, I had a question about the remote learning plans.
Yes, ma'am.
Are those, is that plan just for the 5 days that are required, or is it for any type of remote learning that could happen in the future?
It's for any remote learning that could happen in the future. Per the law, we're planning for at least those 5 days that are in our calendar, but that team is planning for various scenarios based on what our needs may be.
Thank you. And that's due July 20th, is that right?
Yes, ma'am, to the State Board of Education.
Dr. Locklear, will you be able to share that remote learning plan with us sometime in the future?
Absolutely. Yes, ma'am.
I'm curious about it because those of us who have children in the area or grandchildren in the area who have suffered because their remote learning plan did or did not work, will be interested in seeing what all we have learned from this previous experience and how it's being adapted to move on. And hopefully we're not going to be into remote learning so much as we've had to be this past year, but we really appreciate the very thoughtful care, meticulous coordination that's going into that to make sure that our children will get what they need.
Yes, ma'am. There's a template that the North Carolina Department of Public Instruction State Board has provided to us, and so we'll be completing that. Certainly can share that with the board. Yes, ma'am.
Dr. Locklear, I'm sorry, Betty.
No, go ahead, Pam.
This is Pam. Routinely through summer months, we have courses for teacher development and programs along those lines. Have all of those been canceled or postponed to later, or will any of those type classes be planned?
Yes, ma'am. Great question. You may recall that we have a summer curriculum workshops with our teachers in the summer where they come in and work on curriculum and look at pacing and look at resources and participate in roundtable conversations. Those will continue. Because those are small groups of teachers, we're able to comply with the current standards and recommendations. So we're going to do those in person in the summer. So that will continue. And we also, there are other opportunities for professional learning that we're continuing through virtual opportunities, like Letterland in our elementary schools. You've approved our textbook, the K-5 math textbook. That professional development for that work will take place over the summer into the beginning of the next year. So yes, ma'am, we'll continue those where we can in person if the standards allow, or virtually if we need to.
Thank you.
Dr. Locklear, Betty Brown again. One of the things I want to make clear to the community and people that are listening is that we talk about remote learning, but this does not necessarily include just computers with remote learning.
Yes, ma'am. You're correct. Yes,
and
ma'am.
So, because right now our K-5 do not have the availability of computers to them, and even though we're trying to push the 3.5, it's still not happening at this moment. So, that's another layer that we're putting into for teachers and for development that we've not had to consider previously.
Yes, ma'am. And that's part of what that planning team is looking at as well. Yes, ma'am.
Dr. Locklear.
Yes, sir.
This is John Weaver. The remote learning plans that are being submitted to the state, is there some sort of approval process that we expect to hear back from the state, or just how does that work?
We have been told that they don't plan to approve or not approve. They plan to offer support. They plan to say this may be an area you want to beef up, but they're not going to say this is good, this meets it, or this doesn't. That's what we have been told in our webinars and our support information that we've received so far.
Thank you.
And the date for that you said they had to be submitted, was that July
July 20th.
20th? Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
And we'll update you all on that at your July 13th meeting.
Thank you.
So the next areas in stage 2 that we wanted to bring some updates to you. One that I'm sure you've heard some discussions about around athletics. And this is work that Dr. Seth Powers has led with each of our high school ADs or principals. It's really, each high school has been utilizing the North Carolina High School Athletic Association and National Federation of High Schools Sports guidance to examine athletic reentry in phases. In fact, the High School Athletic Association just came out with today that phase guidance that's very much based on the National Federation of High School Sports. And so each of our schools have looked at what does reentry look like for athletics in these phases in our schools? How do we take care of these standards that are based on, CDC standards, medical experts, et cetera. But it's very important to note that this team continues to await guidance from the Department of Health and Human Services. This work is going to be utilized with Dr. Powers to develop a consistent plan across all 3 high schools, that every high school is meeting a consistent standard for high school athletics to potentially resume when the dead period ends after June 15th. Now, I want to be clear. High school athletics will not resume until we as a district and Dr. Grimacy has approved them to resume. There's a lot of unknown factors right now, and we want to make sure that if they do resume after the dead period is lifted on June 15th, that we're doing so in a consistent manner, that we're doing so in a guidance that protects the safety of our students and our staff. But that is work that has been ongoing for the last several weeks. Another question I'm sure you may have heard about is what are we going to do with our back to school nights and our parent orientations and these student orientations and 9th grade orientations, 6th grade orientations. And we are going to make a decision on these events no later than this Friday, June 12th. We're still working with our principals on the reentry team to refine their recommendations for these events. And these events could be a combination of virtual and small group opportunities based on what's most appropriate and based on the guidance we have. Daycare, we do offer daycare at 3 of our elementary schools, Bass Lakeview, Medici Creek, and Carthage during the regular school year. Bass Lakeview, based on guidance that the Department of Health and Human Services issued on daycares, has restarted their daycare and is currently providing daycare at Bass Lakeview. Medici Creek Elementary, which offers daycare, is exploring restarting here over the summer. They have not opened up yet. And Carthage does not plan to open up over the summer. And then lastly, there is some reporting that we're required from Senate Bill 702, and that is that we're required to submit to the North Carolina Department of Public Instruction the percentages of 1st, 2nd, and 3rd grade students who were not going to meet year-end performance expectations as of March 13th, 2020. We're still awaiting what exactly that submission report is going to look like, but we are required to submit that per the law. So I want to transition to Mike talking about stage 3, but first, any questions on what I just shared?
Dr. Locklear, that last item about the required K-5 reports.
Yes, ma'am.
So those are just percentages that are reported. Is it by school or is it for the whole district?
We'll report by school and district. Yes, ma'am.
And will the parents be notified, or are they already in the loop that their children were struggling at that point of the year?
Yes, ma'am. Through our student support team and through our process and work and board policy, there's processes we have in place to make sure we're working with our parents and any students who are struggling in danger of retention. And so our schools have continued to work through that and have used that policy and that procedure.
And Dr. Locklear, my question was on that as well. I'm assuming that those are the children that would be attending the Jump Start program.
They would be some of the same students. You're correct. If we had, and our schools are in the process of submitting who are students that they would recommend to attend that camp. Yes. Okay, Dr. Metcalf.
Thank you, Dr. Locklear. Dr. Locklear went into great detail on the work of our reentry team in stage 1 and stage 2. Just incredible work. Couldn't be any prouder of their activities and the decisions they've made moving forward. We're now moving quickly into stage 3, have begun that work. Stage 3 focuses on August 17th really through December. So those activities that would occur at that time, particularly the start of school this August. We have 2 teams that are up and working and focused right now. One of them is the instructional planning and scheduling team. Ms. Saccone, Mr. McCormick, and Ms. Wiley, 3 of our strong principals, are leading that particular team. They're anxiously waiting for guidance from the Department of Health and Human Services and the Department of Public Instruction. It's just difficult to speculate on what school will look like in August until we get the joint recommendations from those 2 organizations. Hopefully that'll come later today or this week, and that'll allow them to really kind of focus in on that work. They're reviewing a number of possible scenarios. They've been looking at what's going on in other countries and other states and across the state of North Carolina as well, talking with their contacts throughout the state. But they're also reviewing a number of different scenarios. We're not sure what it's going to look like, but there's different things it could be. One scenario would be that we're back regular face-to-face instruction as we have been in the past. Another scenario would be complete remote learning, where all students are at home and 5 days a week they're doing remote learning. Or it could be some combination of that. It could be an A-B day, where half the students come on A days and half the students on B days. Or perhaps an AA-BB, where maybe Monday and Tuesdays is one group of students, Wednesday is a cleaning day, and Thursday and Friday are a different set of students. Or perhaps it's week to week, where one group comes for a full week and then is doing remote learning the next week, while the second half of the students are coming that second week. Or it could be ABCD, where you have 4 different groups of students. You really narrowed that group down, and one group comes on Monday, one group comes on Tuesday, one group comes on Wednesday, one group comes on Thursday, and you've got a cleaning day perhaps on Friday. So they're looking at a number of different scenarios. There's just a number of questions that need to be answered. How do we staff that? How do we staff both face-to-face instruction and remote learning instruction? What are the challenges with daycare, both for our parents, but also daycare for our staff as well? Transportation, a large unknown. When you're bringing in just a portion of your students, how do you identify which students are coming in on which day, and where does transportation fit into those decisions? Cleaning of the building, manipulatives are an example that comes to mind at an elementary school where perhaps you're using Legos or math manipulatives. Do we need to get a set of those for every student, or are we cleaning them between each use of those? How does that look? These are, I know, small decisions, but they're large decisions and difficult ones that this team is working on at this point. So we're anxiously awaiting that guidance, and then we can start moving forward with what school will look like come August 17th. That's one of our 2 teams that's working in stage 3. Any thoughts or questions about that before we move on to the second team? Second team is being led by Dr. Seth Powers and Ms. Lucinda Dedman, and that's a student support and employee health, safety, and emotional needs, where we want to be concerned and focused on not just our students, but our employees as well. We're already putting out a regular newsletter to staff members, which includes adult social emotional support activities. We'll provide that throughout the summer. We'll begin the year with some professional development focused on staff resiliency. We want to make sure we're taking care of our staff. We're also considering some staff pulse surveys just to get a feel, help us to identify any areas we might be missing where additional support is needed, where there are additional staff members, any particular staff members may need some support that we can help to identify and then provide that support. In addition to that, for employees, obviously we want to provide and continue to provide support to our students. We'll provide lesson plans and training to teachers and employees focused on identifying and supporting students with needs. And we're also reviewing the surveys that we already do, our social emotional surveys, to make sure that they apply and give us the information that we need, identify any students who may need extra support than we would normally provide at this particular time. So Dr. Powers and Ms. Dedman are focused on this, doing a lot of work on this. This is a heavy lift as well. And so in stage 3, we're moving quickly to work on these needs as well.
Dr. Metcalf, this is Pam. Just a quick question for the employee support plan. Do you see that as being support in reference to, say, leadership and peer-to-peer? Or are you looking for that to also include professional type support for possibly from some of our support team? How do you see that?
I think it's really specific to the needs of that particular employee. I think the key is some self-support, giving them some tools that they can use on their own to help them with this support. I think it's identifying those who may need real professional support. We have a great relationship with First Health. We would certainly reach out to them to bring them in and provide those resources to the staff members as well. So it's really specific to the needs that we can identify.
I would offer that we'll let that go over to Dr. Alpenfels' presentation as well. I think what Dr. Powers and Ms. Dedman will be looking at and their staff looking at is educational services to employees, whereas when employees are actually suffering ill effects as a result of this pandemic, then that'll fall underneath these services that Dr. Metcalf has mentioned here at the end, and perhaps Dr. Alpenfels can offer some additional input on.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Let's move on to Mr. Cox. No, excuse me, Dr. Locklear. Back to you.
Think he was tired of hearing from me. The last thing, just to wrap up our portion of this, we just wanted to emphasize, this is based off of something Mr. Cox did with his budget report last week. What does the reentry team know and what do they not know? And what the reentry team does know is that they've been planning for various reentry scenarios since we've begun this work. Various layers of scenarios, because there isn't any definitive and has not been to this date definitive information about how exactly is this going to work when we enter school in the fall. And so they've been working incredibly hard to think of different scenarios and different situations. We have received some funding allotments for some categories, and Mr. Cox is going to share a little more information about that when I hand it off to him in just a second. As I noted earlier, we did receive guidance from the Department of Health and Human Services for daycares and summer camps. And so that was utilized to make decisions that we've made so far. What we don't know, and Dr. Grimacy emphasized at the beginning of this presentation, and you heard Mike and I say it several times, all of our reentry team work continues to rely on getting this guidance and protocols from North Carolina Department of Public Instruction, Department of Health and Human Services on the reentry requirements and guidance for facilities, for transportation, for students, for staff, and the public, and the various things that go on in our schools on a daily basis. And so we continue to anxiously await that and look forward to getting it so we can jump on that and begin to be more definitive in our work. And certainly open any questions before hand it off to Mr. Cox.
I just want to say, Dr. Locklear, just thank you for your patience, because I know there are a lot of parents that I'm hearing from that want to know what the next year will look like. And and I know that the work is ongoing in terms of trying to come up with what all the different possibilities and permutations could be. But until we hear what the guidance is going to be, all we have are a series of plans, and we don't know which one yet to execute. So I appreciate your staff and their hard work in just staying on top of it. And hopefully we'll have an answer soon.
Thank you.
All right, so slight update from last week when I presented the additional funding streams that we may have to deal with things related to COVID-19. This is the same chart from last week, with the exception of, if you look down to the state COVID-19 House Bill 1043, Under that, as Dr. Locklear mentioned, we got our summer learning, summer jump start, whatever title you want to refer to it, allotment at $493,857. As Dr. Locklear mentioned, they're working on what that may look like, and just don't have the information at this point to make those plans yet. But we do know how much money we have for that program. We received an allotment amount for digital devices for students. And I put in here estimated allotment at $231,813. The reason I put estimated is because after the allotment amounts were released, apparently there was some concern with the State Board of Education on the allotment formulas and how that was determined. So they have asked for that formula to be looked at again. So DPI has said that is the maximum amount we will get, and it is likely to be some less than that. But that is estimated, that is the maximum what they said we would get for devices for students. There was also a piece of House Bill 1043 that provides funding for devices for staff. That number will not change that we know of. That amount is $52,252. So those three pieces, there are only two new things that we know at this point. For allotment amounts, we do know that the State Board of Education is anticipated to take up the funding allotment amount for contract mental health this week at another special called meeting. We don't know the allotment amounts for the other pieces. Wi-Fi for buses, we do know it will be some type of application process, but that has not been ironed out by the department yet. There's also the access points. They have developed a formula, but it has not gone to the board, the State Board of Education, for approval, and don't know if that will be this week or some other week. So those are the few pieces that we do know right now. Again, like Tim and Mike mentioned, there are a lot of things that we're still waiting guidance on. You may be asking, is there anything that we budgeted for or potentially budgeted for in the FY21 budget that the board approved that this money can cover? There's only one piece in there that may have had some budgeting impact as the digital devices for staff. And I'll defer to Dr. Locklear to talk a little bit about that at this point.
Well, the board may recall that we entered into a lease purchase, and the county approved lease purchases for refresh of devices for staff. Mr. Eklund is already in conversations with Dale to reduce that lease purchase by the number of devices we could buy outright with $52,000. And Mr. Eklund, I know he's in the room. He can correct me if I'm wrong, but that would approximately reduce our overall lease purchase each year by about $12,000. So it's nominal, but as we know, that $750,000 that we have from our county for digital learning, we budget that as proactively as we can and plan it out. And so $12,000 that we're able to have additionally in that budget will help us in the long term. So I believe that's about approximately what we would have a savings from that. The digital devices, because certainly we know that we do not provide devices in K-5. We currently 1-to-1 in 612, and we did also have a lease purchase approved for refresh in Area 1 and Area 2 of our 612 devices from the county a few weeks ago. This money, once we know exactly what it is, we plan to focus in on K-5 and getting devices for elementary students and looking at the devices we currently have in the building and what can we do with that if we're approaching remote learning like we've been challenged with at the end of this school year. And so this would not be this would not replace anything we currently have budgeted for. It would just be the ability for us to target a great need that we have, which is devices for our K-5 students. Won't go all the way, but it'll help us target and go further. Certainly, I hope that helps to answer some of the questions that you might have with that.
Happy to answer. Yep.
Mr. Cox, The money allocated for school nutrition that expires June 30th, do we anticipate that being renewed for the month of July such that the feeding lunch program can continue into July?
No, ma'am, not at this point unless there's additional guidance from DPI, but we do not expect that to happen.
Madam Chair, we do know that there's a move in the legislature to extend that deadline by a couple of months. And we also know that DPI is advocating trying to find sponsors for a bill that would extend it to December. Andrew, you might once again just outline what is it? It's not just the deadline that's problematic here. Why is it so difficult for us to spend that money between now and the end of June?
Well, I was going to also mention that the pot is very limited in what it can be used for. And mostly, as it says here on the slide, it can't be used to replace lost revenue. And it's only things impacted by COVID-19. So we're looking at things to try to plan for what reentry may look like, which one of those things may be equipment. But supply chain is lacking. It's hard to get items because so many other people are in the situation that we are, so we can't procure those items and receive them prior to the end of June, which is the requirement by law. We are not allowed to pay for anything we do not physically, or we have not physically received. So that's another issue with this money. No salaries are allowed with it at this point based on the guidance that we have been given by DPI. So that would also have an issue with continuing the feeding program if it is extended past June 30th. There's a very limited amount of things that this money can be used for.
Thank you.
Any other questions from board members? Otherwise, we'll continue with Dr. Alpenfels. Dr. Alpenfels?
Yes. Yeah, just to go back to the earlier conversation about the wellness of our employees. As a reminder, board members, we do provide what's called an employee assistance program. That is a free program of 5 counseling sessions that we provide for employees and anybody in their household if they need it. I've had some employees come back to me after they've been to say that opportunity really saved their lives because they wouldn't have been able to afford to go get counseling, or they might not have gone to get counseling without it. Our principals are great to remind employees of that program when they sense that someone needs it. And we've been sending out regular reminders to our principals and supervisors that that process is available because this has been a difficult time for people. So I hope that helps as a tie-up to the earlier bit. As an update from Human Resources, to date, I have completed 173 unemployment claims. I have 7 outstanding as of right before this meeting. We have had 159 requests for emergency sick leave from our employees. 88 have been approved. Mostly for medical reasons, though that would be 54, but 34 for childcare reasons. We have provided, in cooperation with our attorneys, an alternate teacher evaluation process for teachers whose evaluation process really couldn't be finished because they couldn't finish their teacher observations, but we've, I think, been successful in working through the alternative method. We've had to do a little, I've probably reopened 600 to 800 containers electronically to allow principals to do what they need to, but I think that's worked pretty well. And then finally, almost every teacher who either had license renewal or just meeting licensure requirements, almost all have a year extension on that process. There are 2 exceptions, and those are emergency licenses and permits to teach. And those are licenses that are granted to folks who don't currently qualify for a teaching license. Those folks don't get a reprieve, even though the legislation has given educator preparation programs the ability to not require certain things. What we're finding is most of these educator preparation programs, EPPs, are still requiring those. So we've got a couple of folks sort of caught in the middle there, but we're working through that as best we can. It's been an interesting time. I'm very proud of our human resources team. They have continued their work. We're back in full force, bringing people on board in anxious anticipation of a new school year. And I'm grateful for their commitment to our employees and to the children of Moore County Schools. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Dr.
Anita,
Abdel-
go ahead, Helena.
Thank you, Pam. I don't have a question. I just have a comment. I wanted to thank you for reminding folks about the availability of the Employee Assistance Program. I know that as a working parent myself, the last 2.5 months has been, particularly trying to work and then help with childcare duties and schooling from home. So it has been difficult. And so it's good that staff have an opportunity to, just to be able to check in with someone, based on all these new stressors that have come in over the past several months. And I will say that, looking forward to a long summer at home is also challenging, where a lot of camps have been canceled. And this is just a unique circumstance for, I think, a lot of parents, and a lot of our employees work and have children at home. And so I think it's just really a good thing that we have this EAP program, and I hope that people use it if they need it.
And by the way, I neglected to mention a very important thing is early on our EAP offered services electronically. So someone doesn't have to go into the office face to face. They can do so privately at a distance and maintain safety. So I've been very grateful for their efforts in that regard. And they did that early on. So really appreciate it. Thank you. Ms. Thompson, did you have a question?
I just wanted to echo some of Helena's comments on EAP. I too have heard from several staff to where their stress, their anxiety level is high, simply because of them having to juggle work and homeschooling. So I'm just glad that is available for them to be able to take advantage of it. The question that I have is with unemployment, is there a time that the unemployment stimulus is set to expire so that you are not getting in the increase from our employees for those dollars?
It is by the way, in some ways, unemployment is this black hole that I respond to and then it goes somewhere. But in terms of, I don't know the particulars. I do know that the federal money is set to be in place through December. And certainly all of those timelines have been extended in order to help people who desperately need the help. I think the challenge for me has been trying to discern which employees are working as opposed to whether they should be granted unemployment benefits. And of course, that's not my decision to make. It's my responsibility to provide honest information about what I know about their work circumstance. So I think it will be interesting in coming months to see how things progress. Because again, I think I'm in a unique place, but a lot of folks continue to express fear. I think that's going to get better as we gradually reopen, but we're trying to help folks on a case-by-case basis. So thank you for that.
Mr. Brad?
Thank you, Dr. Grimacy. Just some updates on a few items. We have, obviously, with the re-entry of staff coming into our facilities and occupying spaces, we have put some barriers up in place to help prevent any transmission opportunities. You may notice if you go in the schools at the reception area, there'll be a plexiglass framed separator between you and the receptionist. We've also installed social distancing markers at the schools on the floors. And we have signposts that are being delivered to each school. Some already have them, where they can display our expectations and requirements upon entering. We also provided some boxes of face coverings for those who show up and come that had forgotten theirs, so they can still conduct the business they need to. We've also provided boxes of gloves to the schools. Should any opportunity where there's a requirement of contact that's going to be necessitated, they will have gloves for protection. And also in each reception area, we put a hand sanitizer dispenser in each one, so as people enter, they can sanitize their hands. Child nutrition's been going great and strong since it started many, many weeks ago. Over 87,000 meals have been distributed across the county. And we're averaging right now from the first day of operation to last Friday, about just under 1,600 meals per day. The program is going to continue through June 30th. We have received direction from the state and federal agencies that we may continue this operation through the month of June. So that's good news for the community. Our student transportation bus department, they've taken full advantage of this opportunity. All scheduled repairs and inspections of buses are well ahead of schedule. So it's been a great, wonderful opportunity for them to catch up, get a lot done ahead of having buses ready to be on the road. And that's a brief update on operations side. If you have any questions, happy to respond.
Mr. Burnett, since I know this slide was prepared prior to Friday, I think we probably can say you have now surpassed 90,000 meals at this point after today's lunches were served, which is an awful lot of sandwiches going out. My question would be, since our food service workers normally have stopped as of the end of school, so they would have stopped this past week, are we still employing the majority of them as they continue to create these meals? How are we covering the manpower that's necessary to make 2,000 meals a day?
And that, ma'am, is being carried through the same program that we partner with the Boys and Girls Club for the summer nutrition program. That is being covered through that federal program through the state. And so the Boys and Girls Club are the administrator of it. We submit our costs to them, and they in turn reimburse us for the costs incurred.
But is it still our school food service workers who are preparing the meals?
Yes, ma'am, it is.
It's a lot of food. Thank you.
You're welcome.
I will pick it up from John. This is Catherine Murphy with the communications portion of the presentation. Much of my work over the last several weeks has focused on our graduation ceremonies, pre-recording all 3 high schools' graduation ceremonies so that the student body president, the valedictorian, the principal, our board chair, our superintendent, other students have an opportunity to participate in those graduation ceremonies and be able to post those on YouTube, which they were made live last Friday at 7 p.m. And then also to assist with the other graduation, communicating the other graduation festivities, such as the walk the stage, drive up ceremony, and the parades and things like that. So a lot of communication centering around that. Also coordinating with the pilot newspaper on a class of 2020 insert. This is something that they typically do every year with the loss in advertising revenue. We were able to offer some support along with some other partners that graciously helped support the publication of the 2020 pilot insert, which includes all 3 high schools, but also all local area graduating seniors. And we were able to add some content to that edition to make it a little bit more special. We were also able to do an overrun of that insert so that each senior was handed a copy of that insert along with their diploma and other graduation information on the day they picked up their diplomas. Business continues as usual at the district. We are reaching out to remind people that we're accepting applications for enrollment to kindergarten. We're also promoting an opportunity for our grades 9 to 12 local area homeschoolers to participate in on-campus activities through a special program we've recently launched. So we launched a digital media campaign surrounding that effort, and that has garnered some immediate interest, which we were very pleased to see. We also continue to update our central webpage with, which is www.ncmcs.org/school closure resources, with information as it becomes available. For example, our new meal distribution programs, updating on how students can reach out to technology support now that classes officially are over. So the technical support on site at the 3 middle schools is no longer continuing, but there are ways that students can get technical support. So updating that information. Still putting out regular communicate calls as information becomes available. So going forward, a lot of that is going to center on how we will be conducting any remaining summer programs, camps, things like that as those decisions are made, and then also how to communicate and roll out reentry plans for the fall. The communication surrounding that is going to be particularly important. And then also coordinating public comment opportunity for board meetings and ongoing local media inquiries that naturally continue. This is our focus on our outreach and communication outreach is a year-round activity. It doesn't end with the end of the school year. So that will continue on through the summer. And I will entertain any questions that the board may have.
I don't have any questions. I just wanted to say that the graduation videos were really fantastic, and I enjoyed watching them. And I've heard some really good feedback about them. And it's something that the students will have for the rest of their lives to have this video. So it's very nice. So thank you for your efforts on that.
I'm going to venture a guess that there are a few traditions that were established this year that we're probably going to be expected to uphold in future years. I think one in particular were the parades. I think students really enjoyed that part of it. So even if when we do go back to a normal schedule for graduation next year, hopefully, I have a feeling we'll probably continue with some of the tools that we developed this year.
We do have some thoughts about some safety regs that will need some attention. We're a little bit more willing to look the other way for 1 year. I'm just very grateful nobody got hurt. But it is true. Everyone had a grand time. They still are teenagers, aren't they? Okay, Madam Chair, with your permission, we'll move on to the next item unless anyone has any follow-up questions on our coronavirus management update.
Before we move on to item B, which is what we're ready to go, let's take about a 5-minute break and give everybody a moment to stretch their legs. So
Okay,
5 minutes.
and come back specifically at
Well, let's say
3:05.
So it's 2:57 on my.
Mr. Eklund, just to make sure we synchronize watches, it is showing 2:57, and we will come back at 3:05 promptly.
Understood. we are live again.
Madam Chair,
Let's go on, Dr. Grimacy, proceed to item 6B.
thank you for your permission. Mr. Barath, are you with us?
Yes, I am, sir.
Board members, you're in for a treat. You're going to see some real changes. We just seem to have turned the corner with some of our construction projects, and I think you're going to really like what John's got to offer today. Go ahead, John.
Thank you, Dr. Grimacy. Hope you all can see the PowerPoint. If someone would confirm that for me.
Yes, sir.
Very good. Okay, so this is the update for June here on the progress of the construction sites for the schools. And we'll go through the same order as we typically do. We'll start with Aberdeen Elementary School. The school is in its final stages here with the contractor. We're very pleased about that. They are making great progress on the punch list of items inside and outside of the building. As you see in the photo, there is some work to do with getting the grass established out there in the lawns. However, the building is taking better shape inside there. Also, the play equipment is pretty much nearing completion by now. This is an updated photo from Thursday last week, so they're just about wrapped up with the play equipment out back. The interior, again, a lot of the punch list items, which are, we tag in with blue painter's tape wherever deficiencies are noted. And you can see in this photo here, there's only one remaining item and it's taped to the window. That's hard to see. But I also want to point out in here, as I presented in our coronavirus update, the plexiglass dividers that we put at the reception areas, and sitting on top of the reception desk in this photo, you can see an example of one of those. So they are set in there so they can move them to the desk down when they occupy, but that's what every school had been provided with.
John, I'll add that there's a cable that's hanging out of one hole and then a device that's hanging out of another. That is not a punch list item. That is actually some of the final work being done with the cabling that the board just approved last month. And so all of that is well within our schedule. Go ahead, John.
Correct. And those are your speakers, your cameras, your Wi-Fi access points. And so we didn't want to have that in the way of their correction of the walls, especially around some of these outlet locations. Then as you see down the main hallway again there, they have the lift there as they continue to work through all the items. Still a dynamic looking space. This one you can see down one of the grade wing hallways where they had to remove some of the flooring that was damaged. Some of it had small cracks and some were scratched with their equipment that they were bringing in and out. Furniture has been delivered for some of the areas. We are stocking them in the media center, music room, places like that until the floors are done in the other locations so we can move them into place. But everyone over there is starting to get very excited about it. Principal Poole has been bringing some of his staff in that have been trying to, in his words, try to sneak in to go see everything. And he's welcomed them all to come in there and take a look and get excited. So right now, again, the original date was January 24th for completion. They are late on that, about 132 days. They are right now, again, striving to try to be ready to call the architect and the engineers back to confirm the punch list items have been corrected by the end of this week. We are looking forward to that inspection and hope that they are able to do that. Right now, the project still has not used any of the contingency or the inflation funds from the original budget and the award of the contract for this project. Are there any questions regarding Aberdeen Elementary? Very good. Moving on to Southern Pines. This one is seeing some tremendous progress over the past couple of weeks. One is notable here in just the straight overhead where all the roofing has been somewhat established. What was missing before was the connector between the two buildings, and now the metal deck is down so they can begin getting the insulation and then the roofing panels. But a majority of the roofing panels are in on the other two classroom wings at this time. Here, a different angle of the site, you get a feel for the layout. You can see for the first time the Carlisle extension in the foreground of the photo coming across the school site. You can see now that road then takes a turn and heads off to the right. And just about the middle of the site, you can see where Glover comes in and out there off to the right. And just to remind the board on circulation, the parents' pickup drop-off is coming off of Carlisle, and the buses will all come in off of Glover so they won't interact and cross with one another. And you can see how the roads shoot out from there. I was hoping to get the existing school in that photo, but it just ended up being just off the edge of the camera there. So you can see with the building coming around in the front facing Carlisle, the majority of the brickwork is done on the classroom part, and the insulation has been applied behind it to the two-story classroom part. Then in the middle connector where the art room, the project room are in the middle there, you can see how that middle decking is down and the progress continues to finish up the metal roofing on the other components. The two-story classroom wing, the brick is done on the side that faces the parking lot. And along the back facing the courtyard, they're somewhat along 50% done by this photo. By today, they're already much further along. They're probably closer to 75% done today. Looking from the far side from where the parent pickup drop loop will come around this little retention basin, looking back towards the school. And inside the school, they're getting their first coats down on some of the soffit bulkheads of the school colors that they are using in the two photos. So you can kind of see down the hallway the accent colors as we did with the other schools. The gymnasium's coming along now that it is dried in with the mechanical ductwork and some drywall and their first coat of primer filler for the block work. In the kitchen, they started with the tile on the floor now. So they're starting to make progress on finishes throughout the building in various locations. And even the terrazzo has started application. Here's a look in one of the classrooms that it's being installed in. The completion date is set for September 17th. Again, as a reminder, school opens mid-year. They are on schedule and on track for critical milestones. About 71% of the timeline has passed. They're 66% paid, and again, just like with Aberdeen, outside the award of contract, we have not used any of the contingency or inflation funds. Any questions about Southern Pines? Okay, hearing none. We'll move on to Northmore. So same thing at Northmore. One of the changes here is the metal decking is finally down. Again, to remind you, the steel erector on this job, they tested positive for COVID-19 and had to pull off the job for a while until everyone was cleared and come back. So it took them longer to get the metal installed, but that did not stop them on the project since all the masonry is done. It's not typical to see that in a project. Typically, you see the masonry coming up after the metal decking's been down, but fortunately, the masons were able to continue. So here in this photo, you're looking towards the right at the auxiliary gym, and then to the left in there would be the science rooms, labs. Looking at the classrooms, all the windows are starting to go in at this time, the framing as well as the glazing. In the gymnasium, we're just happy to have the metal decking finally put in so they can get the insulation and dry the space in, so the space no longer collects about ½ inch of water every time it rains. Here's a view down that hallway. This is again the hallway that's going to connect the 4 buildings comprising of the addition and the existing structures. So it has a series of ramps in it to make up that terrain change across the campus that Northmore's known for. The boiler system has been assembled in there. The piping has been welded and put into place. So they're progressing very well with the building in terms of finishes and everything with it. Their completion date has been revised to September 10th. And again, to remind the board, that was last month's update on the delay of footing removal for the modular units at the school. And so they're at 78% of the timeline passed and 69% paid. They are assessing anything that might be of a time impact to the COVID-19 that the steel erectors had. This would not be at a cost to the board. This would be a day request extension. The design team and staff are continuing to work with the contractor to assess and identify the actual impact that had on the project. Hopefully by next month, we'll be able to bring an update to you on that. And again,
Don,
yes, ma'am.
I'm sorry, this is Pam. I didn't mean to cut you off. My question is, I understand the delay with the COVID issue. Was there any delays with regard to all of the rain with with that project that we had for the last 2-3 weeks?
That's a good question, because a lot of people have been wondering. The answer to that simply is no, there is not. In our contracts that we have with the contractors, we identify inclement weather days per month that they need to plan for in their planning of the project. And it's only if they exceed those counts that they are able to seek extension. And they have not exceeded those counts to this date.
Okay. And just a comment, as we were sitting on the porch at the back of the gym on Saturday, looking at some of the construction work that was passed, it was beautiful. The brickwork was beautiful. You couldn't tell a difference between old and new. It was just absolutely beautiful.
Well, thank you, and I'm glad you appreciated it. Any other questions regarding Northmore? Very good. I'll move on to Pinehurst Elementary School. This one had a little more impact with all the rains because the building is so wide open. This again is the last project that started, so it is further behind than all the others. However, the first floor of the school, the masonry is all up. They have begun pouring the concrete for the decking of the second floor and the area, and they continue to work through that. So in this photo, you can see the front of the school right now, minus the second floor. Looking towards the side where the bus lot would be, you can see a familiar item. It's the drill rig on the right, finishing out the geothermal wells that'll be drilled down for the loops. In the background, you can see the cafeteria the wall being braced by those long orange pipes. And if you squint, you can see a better shot coming up at the trusses over the gymnasium.
Mr. Director, in the foreground, I saw the school lake that has accumulated all that rain that Ms. Thompson was referring to.
That's right. And as interesting as it is on that site, it's hard to get water to stick around, but if you drive over it enough, you compact the sand enough that it will hold water for a little bit. So, and again, like I said, that they started pumping the concrete up for the second floor so you can get that slab poured, so they begin setting block in place and scaffolding to continue with the second floor. Right now, the other half of that is just the metal decking that's installed, and over to the left, you can see the gymnasium. And this is what the end of the building looks like. We don't have a second floor over the very end of the building, so we have a sloped roof, so it's not as brutal a look of a straight two-story stacked building the whole way around. It does have some relief on the ends. In the area where the decking is down, the concrete has been poured. They began delivering their ductwork so they could begin hanging that from the joists. And then you can see in this one, in the administrative area, where they began installing their metal stud runners for the walls to go up. And in the gymnasium, they were finally even with all the weather, they were out there in the rain setting these. The joke on the site is they wait until they've been struck by lightning 3 times before they leave. So they managed to get all these trusses up and in place over the gymnasium, which will help get the project moving as far as decking and looking at drying in the large spaces, and down the main hallway between the gym and the cafeteria, finishing out the topping off of the walls. So again, this project had that impact to remind the board of the asbestos abatement of the buildings that had a delay on the project. So their substantial completion is now set for March 8th. Right now, based off of their critical path management plan, they remain on schedule for March 8th. 43% of the timeline has passed, and they are 34% paid. And as with the other projects outside the award of contract, no additional funds from contingency or inflation have been used. Any questions regarding Pinehurst?
Just
very good.
A quick comment. It is such a pleasure to see that last line appear on every one of these slides where it says project has not used any contingency or inflation funds. That just wraps up the whole deal. So thank you very much.
You're welcome, and it's my intention to try to keep it that way through the closing of the projects. McDeeds Creek Elementary, we had some great progress meetings with the contractor and legal counsel, and they have been out there and begun completing their punch list items. And 30 days from last Tuesday is when they anticipate to have everything completed at McDeeds Creek. We are closely monitoring and following that throughout their completion cycle here to make sure they adhere to that schedule. So by the next board update, hopefully I can report back that they have successfully completed that punch list of items.
John, this is Pam.
Yes, ma'am.
Just a question there. I was curious. I know that obviously we haven't been in school since mid-March. So I don't know whether or not there's been an opportunity to really test out AC now with warmer days, but I was just wondering how things were going with the new geothermal structure that we put in. Any issues at all with that? That was something brand new for us. I was just curious.
That's a good question because it is a new system that's being used on all 4 schools. Right now, the only issue at McDeeds Creek is there's one air handling unit, is not the geothermal system, that seems to have a compressor that fails on a semi-regular basis that they are struggling with. Outside that, the school has been able to heat and cool while occupied. In the beginning, there were some problems with the automation control system. In the sequence, they were turning systems on and in the process of the steps that have to occur. That in some cases was causing hot air to blow out instead of cold air, or cold air to blow out instead of the hot air. Since then, they have been working through those operation sequences and have reported to us they've been corrected, and we've informed them that we'll find out when we have kids in the building and have a full load. At the Aberdeen school, elementary school, the system appears to have been running well. The mechanical team has inspected it. Principal Poole has been there a majority of his time and has reported back that he has not been uncomfortable there at all. So far as we have on McDeeds Creek, we have not begun our warranty phase either because we have not fully accepted everything still.
Okay, thank you.
Anything that comes up, we'll make sure it's addressed. Good question. Okay, and then just to wrap up with, I just want to get a few images in here. You've heard me update on some of the things we've been doing that are ongoing with our maintenance related to some items. Next month, we'll have some on the replacement of mechanical systems that the board approved last month. But here at Carthage Elementary School, you can see some of our staff that are going around the gymnasium and replacing the fascias and the soffits and the gutters around it. The window replacement has been going on very well. The weather last week was a bit of a holdup, but outside that, we've experienced some very good weather to keep a strong pace on making sure these windows are replaced. And here you can see along this side of the building, the damaged glass has been replaced. And here's just an image of them, one of them inside working through getting one of the windows units replaced. Any other questions from the board?
John, just to confirm for the board that the deadline for replacement of all damaged glass at Carthage is what, and how does our staff stand relative to that deadline?
Dr. Grimsey, I should have anticipated that question from you, and I have that written down in my notes, and I know they're not in front of me.
Mid-June, I recall, was the
Yes,
deadline.
I can't give you the exact date, but it is mid-June. I can't give you the exact date, and they are running ahead of schedule.
Running ahead of schedule, that's all we need to know. So somewhere in the middle of June, and we're running ahead of schedule.
Yes, sir.
John, this is Betty Brown. What about the water filtration system at Carthage?
I'm glad to report that those systems were put in without any major excessive work. So the bottle fill stations are in. They are waiting on the delivery of the filters to install into those units.
Thank you.
Any other questions, board members, or any feedback? Okay.
Thank you.
At this time, I need to remember who is doing the salute to the class of 2020. Let's see, I've got Kate Fall. There she is.
Give me 1 second to share my screen.
All right. Good way to conclude the reports and information and discussion. Lead into our final report and comments.
I'm having difficulty sharing my screen. Ken, could you
Kate,
able to pull mine up?
Kate, if you wish, I have the presentation I could scroll through if you like.
Yeah, let's go ahead and do that. My computer is giving me an error.
Okay.
My apologies. Okay, so thank you very much for letting me join you today to give you my absolute favorite presentation of the whole year. I'm here to brag about our most recent graduates, and I'd like to share some of the preliminary numbers about the class, but then I'd also like to share some wonderful stories about our seniors. Thank you, Kent. As we all know, this graduating class is like none before them. These students are already having an amazing year when everything in the world ground to a sudden halt. These kids miss big senior milestones. They miss prom, award ceremonies, entire sports seasons, the musical, final concerts, not to mention the traditional packed stadium graduation. Our schools have adapted to the times and have been sure to celebrate these young men and women in unique ways. Parades, driving graduations, photo signs along the fence. Just open up any social media and you'll be flooded with schools, organizations, and individuals showing their love for our seniors. There was even an Adopt a Moore County Senior Facebook group where community members could sign up to adopt and spoil a senior. This year was like none other, but the students are also like none before. So let's take a look at the numbers. Next slide.
Oops, sorry.
No, that's okay, thank you. The 3 high schools had 1,009 graduates. This includes traditional, early graduates, and the 2019 summer school graduates. Next. The schools reported 78 advanced placement scholars. Those are students who achieved a grade of 3 or higher on 3 or more advanced placement classes, or exams, I'm sorry. Next. In terms of courses taken, the schools report this year that 584 seniors earned dual credit for over 4,470 classes over the course of their school career. That's high school and college credit, and that equates to about 13,000 credit hours. Next. 81% of students self-reported college acceptance. This includes public and private 4-year institutions, local and other 2-year community colleges, and technical trade schools. Next. Sand Hills Promise is a program offering free college for 2 years at Sand Hills Community College. Eligible students must have completed at least 4 dual enrollment courses through College and Career Promise and maintain a GPA of 2.0 or higher. This year's seniors had 370 students qualify for Sand Hills Promise, 36 more than the previous year. College is pretty expensive, but the class of 2020 had it covered. They earned almost $20 million in scholarship offers. Next. The career and technical education credentials and certifications keep coming in as the scores are finalized and reported out. As of Friday, our seniors were part of 3,257 workplace credentials and certifications earned by Moore County students. They expect that number to climb as our drone, nursing, and farm tech kids test over the next few weeks. Included in those numbers are the WorkKeys scores, which is a job-ready test that measures skills for success in the workplace. This was taken by seniors who complete the ACT course of study. 156 students scored a silver, gold, or platinum, the highest scores on the WorkKeys assessment. Next. Moore County is very blessed to have a phenomenal alternative school, the Community Learning Center at Pinckney, and this year's seniors outdid all previous graduating classes. The CLC contributed to the graduation of 63 students. Technically, these students graduate from their 3 home schools, but CLC has maintained a concerted effort to provide students with flexible options to encourage degree completion. Additionally, they have been very active in seeking out previous dropouts in order to help them return to school and successfully complete. The Tigers are proud to report that 43% of their seniors will be attending college next year, and they have received over $1,000 in scholarship funds. CLC has also grown its Career and College Promise program, growing from 2 students last year to 15 students receiving 19 credits. 1 student even qualified for the Sandhills Promise. Not only are these students college bound, but many are career ready. In addition to the phenomenal house that they built with Habitat for Humanity, their student body earned 48 CTE credentials and certifications. As much as I love numbers and spreadsheets, there's only so much that they can tell you. Every number represents a story, a life, an obstacle overcome, a relationship. Every single student in the class of 2020 has persevered through tremendous challenges. They've dealt with situations and realities that are unimaginable even 6 months ago. The class of 2020 is one for the record books. I asked the schools to tell me about their students, and I got pages and pages and pages back, write-ups and explanations that would make anyone smile. The school's pride in these students is evident and well-earned. And while I wish I could give you a biography on each of our graduating students, there just aren't enough hours in the day. So here's a sampling for you. Next. There's Christopher Sanchez Vargas and Brandy Morales Abella, who spearheaded the Jordan Strong fundraising effort to raise over $12,000 for fellow Mustang Jordan Hernandez Villas family. There's first-generation college student Naomi Arando Rose, who was awarded the prestigious Diversity Scholarship at Appalachian State University, Go Mountaineers, one of only 10 scholarships offered to incoming freshmen. And Kayla Hunt, who returned after dropping out to graduate and become an academic scholar to be eligible for Sandhills Promise, all while maintaining an AB honor roll and a full-time job. There's Jade Neptune, another first-generation college student who started a program to donate gently used sporting equipment so that less advantaged children and teens could fully participate in athletics. Lacey Whitaker is a student who hung in through all the bad and by sheer force of will and pure grit will receive her high school diploma and already has a full-time job. Colby Gaddy and Deandra Albrooks, who are the very model of character, work ethic, poise, and a never give up attitude. Both leave high school with full-time jobs and a legacy of excellence for their peers. Samantha Carey is the first Community Learning Center student to qualify for the Sandhills Promise Scholarship. And Eric DePaz Bernal led his peers at Pinking Habitat Build with almost perfect attendance, completed his coursework, and graduated, all while working a job until 3 a.m. most nights to support his family. This is by no means an inclusive, exhaustive list, but only a small sampling of the perseverance, determination portrayed by the class of 2020. Even with a fair amount of the season canceled, athletics was still a big part of our seniors' lives. They may not all have had a traditional signing day, but we will have alumni playing sports at colleges from coast to coast next year. Next, Northmore wanted to give a special shout out to their soccer team who made it to the state playoffs and their player Edgar Cruz, who was named All-Conference in soccer. Gage Pennington made All-Conference in football and basketball. Additionally, they had 2 All-Conference honorable mentions, Ashlyn Powers and Jatorius Bauer. Pinecrest wanted you to know that the girls golf team won the state championship. The boys basketball team made it to the Final Four. Men's and women's cross country placed strong in the state championships. And their student fan section even won the WRAL High School OT Award for Best Student Section. Not to be outdone, Union Pines wanted to shout out all of their state playoff teams: football, boys soccer, volleyball, ladies tennis, boys and girls swimming, ladies basketball, wrestling, boys and girls cross country. They also had 2 all-conference cheerleaders, Maya McDuffie and Jordan Scott. Jordan will be going on to cheer at the Campbell University squads next year. We have students attending about 100 colleges and universities across the United States, Canada, and Europe, with numerous being full or partial scholarships for ROTC, athletics, and academics. We had Sydney Hawkins, a National Merit Scholarship finalist. Emily Von Cannon was a finalist in the 2020 National Merit Special Scholarship Program sponsored by Truist Financial. And I'm really impressed with Mitch Kent, who is the first Pinecrest student to graduate with all 5 diploma endorsements: career, college, UNC College, North Carolina Academics College, and global languages. Wow. The class of 2020 may have missed their brick and mortar building for a quarter of the school year, but that didn't stop them from learning and growing. These students have plans and they are going to join or have already joined the workforce, are off to college, and will serve in our military. We have 5 military academy appointments. Caleb Hickey, Myra Hurdle, and Helen West will be going to the Naval Academy. Rebecca Cook and Jonathan Ross will be going to the United States Military Academy at West Point. We had a heap of students receive ROTC scholarships to multiple schools. And again, we will have students from all of our high schools serving in our military by this time next year. Well, this year's graduating ceremonies may have looked a little different. The class of 2020 has turned their tassels. One of the schools had a great quote that I feel really represents all of our graduates. And if you'll just slowly scroll through the next couple of slides. What is the resilient class who pushed through a tough spring semester? Their 3.5 years before this were ones with great strides, especially in student leadership, growth, and the revival of school spirit. The class was bold in bringing forth ideas to better our schools and our student bodies. We are most proud of the tremendous impact this group had made on our community through service and volunteerism. We have been amazed at how they were everywhere, all over the local towns, contributing and helping those in need, supporting local organizations in their effort to serve Moore County. Thank you for your time, and please join me again in congratulating the Moore County Schools class of 2020.
Thank you, Kate.
Thank you.
Board members, do you have any questions or any reaction to Kate's presentation?
I think if we could all applaud, we would. I'm not sure that goes across too well, but a little
Yeah,
quiet.
we can all just do a visual clap, clap, clap. Come on, guys. You can put your hands up, put your hands together. There you go. Yes.
Thank you, Kate.
Thank you.
All right, Dr. Grimsey, we will now move on to the superintendent's report.
Madam Chairman, Superintendent's report this month focuses on our school district's solidarity with our community's collective and peaceful rejection of all forms of racism and other forms of injustice in our society. I also feel the need to add our voice to our community's collective and peaceful recommitment to promoting diversity, equity, justice, inclusion, opportunity, and achievement for all of our students, for all of our employees, all of our families, and all of our Moore County citizens. But in the spirit of recent events, I want to emphasize that we stand in solidarity with our African American community. Moore County Schools' core beliefs begin with the fundamental tenet that successful schools are essential for thriving communities, and that 1, every student can learn and succeed regardless of socioeconomic status, race, and ethnicity. All staff are empowered to meet the diverse learning needs of all students. Resources are provided so students and staff of all backgrounds and abilities can be successful. That students should come to school and feel safe, secure, and cared for, all students. We are a partnership with all students, parents, and community, and we are accountable for the education of all of our students. Now, I've emphasized the word all, but those are core beliefs that stand. That's not just something I'm presenting today. Those are our core beliefs. And in the spirit of those core beliefs, we join our community's collective and peaceful call for justice for all. We join our community's collective and peaceful recognition of persistent racial disparities, systems of oppression, and systematic racism. We join with our community's collective and peaceful call to join together to help dismantle the vestiges of racism and other forms of injustice in our society. Moore County Schools policy prohibits discrimination, harassment, and bullying in any of its educational or employment activities or programs. And we have high expectations for all of our employees and all of our students to adhere to that policy. And yet we know that we still have so much work to do. And by that, I mean that we must increase the percentage of our Black and Hispanic teachers employed by our district to levels that reflect the percentages of our Black and Hispanic students in our general student population. That we must increase Black and Hispanic student access to our AIG program and our more advanced secondary coursework. That we must increase reading and math proficiency among our Black students as well as our Hispanic EC and low socioeconomic students of all races. And we must, we must recognize that while we have all but eliminated disparity in student discipline rates between white and Hispanic students, we still must eliminate disparity between the discipline rates of those two groups and our African American students. So in the spirit of our community's collective and peaceful call to action, I hereby recommit our Moore County School staff to redoubling our efforts to achieve real results on behalf of our African American students, as well as our Hispanic, EC, and low socioeconomic students. May none of them ever doubt our devotion to engaging with them, to inspiring them, and to ensuring that all of them succeed in school and in all aspects of their lives now and in the future. That completes my monthly report, Madam Chair. I remain at your service.
Thank you, Dr. Grimacy. At this point, we would now go to board comments. I can do these in no particular order if you would like. Mr. Dennison, would you like to start us off?
Yes, ma'am. I do have some comments. All of our students' lives matter. Those who are economically disadvantaged and those suffering from racial discrimination need us now more than ever. We have to find a way for every student to graduate well prepared for college or a career. Until we do, we will continue to have those that struggle with earning a living wage and fighting discrimination. The present Black Lives Matter movement is a strong signal that social disparities must be resolved. And for us, it means we must deliver a path to graduation unencumbered by poverty or prejudice. I believe education is the path to make that happen, but it will take years and additional resources. In business, it was my responsibility to teach, train, and provide the tools and a working climate to do the job correctly. As a manager, I could not hold someone responsible for their work until I had done my job in preparing them and providing the resources needed to do the job. The same thing is true in education. In our case, we know what has to be done, and our human resources are top-notch, and our new schools will help resolve our overcrowding issues. But until our federal, state, and local governments realize that education is the key, we will continue to have a large number of our citizens struggling to earn a living wage and still fighting discrimination. Unlike businesses and governments, we have no way to secure funds needed to allow us to do what needs to be done. We have to rely on funding from our federal, state, and local governments to provide those resources. Until all of our citizens realize this, it is not going to happen. I keep hearing some say taxpayers are pouring money into education and not getting results. Yet our graduation rate has increased from 87.4% in 2015 to 90.9% in 2019. Our scholarship offers for our graduates last year was over $27 million. The number of college credits and students have earned at Sand Community College has increased 155% since 2015-16. The number of industry credentials our students have received in career and technical education program has increased 635% since 2015-16. So what is missing? Operating expenses. Our teachers and support personnel are leaving because we cannot compete on salary. We are well below the recommended ratios for nurses, psychologists, social workers, counselors, and school resource officers. In grades 4 and 5, we had 30 classes over 30. In grades 6 through 8, we had 77 over 30 and 8 over 35. In grades 9 through 12, we had 98 classes over 30 and 8 over 35. Consider the fact that in 2019, North Carolina ranked 47th out of the 50 states in per pupil funding and ranked 49th out of the 50 states in the percentage of gross domestic product being used for K-12 public education. Moore County has the 11th lowest tax rate in the state, and that was after our recent 4.5% increase. Between 2008 and 2017, the median income in Moore County rose 30%. That's the second highest percentage in the state. It appears that our governments are more interested in lowering taxes than they are in providing the resources needed to ensure our children receive a sound basic education and graduate well prepared for college or career. How important do you think K-12 public education is? Are you willing to let your federal, state, and Moore County government elected officials know how you feel about the present funding for our schools? If so, then do it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dennison. Ms. Caldwell. I don't know if she can hear me. Ms. Caldwell.
I got
you
you.
have a
Yeah, I
comment?
got you. I don't have any comments today. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Dr. Brown.
I have a statement I want to make. First of all, I want to congratulate all our graduates. Fortunately, we had a couple of beautiful days to celebrate the wonderful accomplishments of our students. But I have two areas that I want our community and parents to call for action. Moore County Schools has requested on our previous budget presentations for 2021 school year for approximately $370,000 to help defray the cost of opening the schools for consolidation. This money would assist our administration as the two schools bridge the gap between consolidation of each of our paired schools into one for Aberdeen and for Southern Pines. We continue to hear that we have been given a budget and can spend it as necessary, but this is a one-time cost. And right now, if we choose to spend it to work with the consolidation, then that would mean something else would have to be cut. I'm appealing to our parents and community to contact our commissioners and let them know that this money needs to be added. We were told in January of 2020 at the commissioners' work session that from April to June of 2019, over $1 million was accounted for from the quarter-cent sales tax revenue. But we have not seen that money accounted for in our budget. What has the county accumulated from July to December of 2019? I need people to contact our commissioners. The budget hearing is set for June 16th. We need you to email or call the commissioners. The second item I'm calling to action is for our community and parents to contact our state legislators. There are approximately 90 school districts that are suing the General Assembly to collect our portion of fines and forfeitures accumulated by the state prior to 2008. There is approximately $730 million available to districts for technology use. After what we've experienced over the past few months, this money is more important than ever. This will not raise our taxes. This money is in a surplus account. One of the bills coming forward, HB 1071, is proposing to allocate some of the money for technology to the districts considered low wealth. Unfortunately, Moore County is not in this category. However, we need the money too. Imagine that with the remote learning requirements that North Carolina is mandating, what our 3rd through 5th graders, what if they had better access to connect to their teachers and classes? Or that our K-2 through 2nd graders had iPads or tablets that parents could use with them at home. With over 40% of our students on free and reduced lunch, we could help pull the gap from the students who have no computer access to students who are competing on the same level as their peers. In my research, students will not be able to get jobs if they don't have the computer knowledge and background. The jobs we are training our students for in high school now will be obsolete by the time they get to trade school, community college, or college. Again, this does not cost us anything above and beyond the current budget in North Carolina. It's in our General Assembly's coffers. please contact Jamie Bowles, Alan McNeil, and Tom McInnes to let them know how we want this money distributed. Thank you.
And thank you, Dr. Brown. Ms. Thompson, comments?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. We have reached the close of our 2019-2020 school year, which ended so much different from the end of our traditional school year due to COVID-19. I am so proud of our administrators, our teachers, support staff, for all efforts that have been done to implement homeschooling and our other guidelines that we put in place due to pandemic. The 3 high school graduations that were just held on Saturday were amazing. Each of them were unique to the school culture and campus. The parades were just a topping, I think, on the graduation ceremony. All students had smiles and some had tears, as well as the faces of parents and grandparents and family members. Thank you to our principals, Jenny, Andy, Stephanie, support staff, for making this a memorable event for our seniors, one that they will never forget. Thank you to Ms. McNeil for your years of service, for your dedication, loyalty, support for Moore County School System. You will be missed, but I'm just so grateful that you were able to retire. So congratulations to you. To our parents in our community, I am right with Dr. Brown to please voice your concerns to our commissioners regarding dollars that were not allocated for our budget. Specifically for the cost to cover our school opening, as well as dollars for our classified support staff. Our staff have been looking for the last 2 years at least, thinking that they were going to get a raise. And they are still waiting and they are still looking. And the cost of this to be put in the budget will not have an impact on as far as raising taxes. We're taxpayers, so we know that the dollars are available. So please reach out to the commissioners to voice your concern. Again, that date is June 16th, so emails or telephone calls before that date, please. And my last comment centers around some of Dr. Grimacey's comment regarding our past week, our past days, to where our nation has just been rocked with grief and anger over the senseless death and murder of George Floyd and others that died that have gone unnoticed. We need a strategy. We need a strategy to address social inequality, inequity that exists. And we need a strategy that has empathy and compassion. I look back at, I'm sure Dr. Grimacey, as he went over our core beliefs, and I took a moment to reflect this week on our core beliefs. And right at the top and the forefront, clearly indicated a statement that every student can learn and succeed regardless of socioeconomic status, race, and ethnicity. And that all staff within Moore County Schools are empowered to meet the diverse learning needs of our students. We utilize these core beliefs, I believe, in our decision-making process. I know that we use this as one of our guiding principles as we did our work and our planning around redistricting. And we wanted to make sure that to the extent possible, that diversity and our students that were underprivileged of socioeconomic background were addressed or needed. We will continue. Our work is not completed in this regard. We will continue to work on some of the inequities, inequalities that we have within our school system, but at least I believe we've turned the light really on to this situation. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Thompson. Ms. Wallen Miller.
Thank you. I want to start with just reflecting a little bit on this past weekend and seeing all the pictures and the videos from the graduations that I did not attend. I am really in awe of how special, personal, and touching each of the graduations were. I attended all 3 sessions at Pinecrest and was amazed at how personal it felt with each and every student that walked across that stage, and the effort that it took to get them there, I think is really powerful. Deep and heartfelt gratitude to all the teachers and staff who worked tirelessly to make that happen and for overcoming all the obstacles. And I want to thank you to the parents and staff who took it all in stride and embraced the ceremonies with joy and love for their students and accomplishments. And as Ms. Murphy said earlier, I dare say there might be some new traditions coming down the pike. While there was much joy to be felt by students and parents this graduation weekend, I am deeply aware that there are many hurting hearts in our community. I am concerned with school being out for the summer that there'll be less opportunities for our staff and students to engage in meaningful dialogue, to both share and discuss and even process where we are in a society, and to really take some time to hear from one another. To board members, staff, teachers, students in the community, I want you to know that I am listening and I am learning and I'm willing to engage in authentic conversation about race, equity, and justice. These are important times, and I really appreciate other board members and Dr. Grimacey's comments, and been committed to working with staff, students, and the board and this community to engage in courageous conversations as we continue the important work to true equity in our schools. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Weaver.
Yes, reflecting on this past Saturday, it's obvious that a tremendous amount of planning and preparation went into the graduation ceremonies at each of our high schools. I want to express my heartfelt thanks to our principals, their staffs, and the numerous volunteers that made this unique graduation a success. I also want to thank the parents for supporting their students and making this the memorable moment they deserved. I wish each student much success as they go forward in life.
Thank you. And I'll wrap up with a few more comments about the budget. You've heard it already, but I'm going to say it again. We are at the end of another school year, and we can label it a most unusual year, no matter what. It's still another year of learning for our Moore County students, another year of teaching for our Moore County school staff, another year of leading for our Moore County school administration. In a strange way, it's been a very good year, I think, because we've seen firsthand what a talented school community can do to respond to a crisis. Our teachers and staff, our students, our leaders, and our parents have certainly stepped up to see our children through this time of crisis. Unfortunately, unknowns still exist, and we do not know yet what our future holds. I do know, however, that for our schools to continue to grow and thrive on the limited budget now proposed by our county commissioners is almost an improbability. Classes will be more crowded, nurses will still be understaffed, and classified staff will still be underpaid. Our county commissioners, leading our very wealthy county with its extensive monetary surplus, do not have to let this happen. The Board of Commissioners will be holding a public hearing on the budget on Tuesday, June 16th. As I mentioned last week, Now is the time to let them hear from you, the people who believe in the mission of our public schools. You can do this by going to the Moore County Commissioner's website and finding the link titled Submit Public Comment Form online. Select commenting on the Board of Commissioners fiscal year 2020-21 budget public hearing. Your comments will then be read into the record during the Commissioner's hearing. Support our schools now. Let the commissioners know that your children and your schools are more important than a new courthouse or a huge community center. Let them know that you care and that you want them to show that they care about the future of Moore County and the children who will make it. We will certainly appreciate your support. All right, at this time, we will be going back into closed session upon motion. And after we move into closed session, I do not anticipate us returning for any further business except to conclude the meeting. So at this time, I will entertain a motion to enter or to return to closed session. Do we need to have the whole long spiel read, Neil? Okay. So
Madam Chair, no, it's listed on the agenda. You can simply announce that we're returning to closed session.
Okay, so we have to have a motion. All right.
Recessing, going to closed session.
Okay,
Correct.
so we're going to recess and into closed session. It is now 4:05 on our clock, so we'll reopen in closed session at 4:05. So take a moment to stretch, everyone.
We are now back online.
Thank you, Mr. Eklund. I'll call us back into session, and this time the floor is open for a motion.
Madam Chair, move the meeting be adjourned.
I'll second.
All right, the motion was by Mr. Dennison, second by Mr. Weaver. Ms. Caldwell, how do you vote?
I vote yes.
Mr. Dennison,
Aye.
Ms. Thompson,
Aye.
Ms. Wallen Miller,
Aye.
Mr. Weaver,
Aye.
Ms. Brown, Dr. Brown,
Aye.
and I'll also vote in favor. So the meeting, the motion passes 7-0 and the meeting is adjourned.
Have
Thank
a
you.
great week, everybody.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye, guys.
Thank you. Good to see everybody.